Session. All rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 35th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer today by distinguished colleague Senator Grace Poe.
Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. Panginoong lumikha, balutin mo ng inyong proteksyon ng aming bansa. Protektahan mo ang kaligtasan at katahimikan ng aming mga mamamayan. Panagutin mo ang may gawa ng pagsabog sa Marawi na pumatay at sumindak sa aming mga kababayan. Palubagin mo po ang loob ng mga pamilyang naulila. Protektahan mo ang aming mga kababayan at ang kanilang ari-arian laban sa sakuna gaya ng lindol at pagbaha. Gabayan mo kami para makagawa ng mga polisiya at programang hindi lamang nakapagbibigay ng ginhawa sa mga nasalanta, kundi nakapag-iiwas sa trahedya sa pamamagitan ng paghahanda. Protektahan mo ang aming bansa sa mga nais pagsamantalahan ang aming teritoryo at likas yaman. Palakasin mo ang mga nagtatanggol para sa aming kapayapaan at kasarinlan. Ngayong panahon ng Kapaskuhan, dalangin namin, Panginoon, protektahan mo ang kapanatagan ng loob ng aming mga kababayan. Iparamdam mo po sa aming lahat ang ligaya ng kasaganahan. Amen. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Secretary, please call the roll of members. Session suspended for a moment. Please proceed, Secretary. Call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia,
Present.
Senator Villar
Present.
Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 senators physically present and 1 senator virtually present, for a total of 21 senators, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano is seeking the floor.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Pierre. We see Senator Chis Escudero make the 22 senators present, Your Honor. So please correct the records. It's 22 senators present. Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Mr. President, just a short manifestation to commend our colleague, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for finishing an audacious, bold, unplanned bike ride. It's a 200-kilometer bike ride, Mr. President.
Wow.
And even a regular biker will commend our colleague because I would say common sa mga bikers, long-distance bikers, to bike 80 to 100 kilometers. And based on the post of our colleague, that was his plan, no, to just finish 100 kilometers. But as we all know, if you're surrounded by good company and you have an inspiration, di pa natin alam kung ano yung inspiration, you can do anything you want. So we're very proud of our colleague as a fellow biker. And not only is it a personal feat, but it stands for so many things. Obviously, for me, it's whenever I'm on my bike, and I'm sure his honor, it's our way of promoting sustainable transportation. The bike ride is this event is actually a self-sustaining ride because it's not a tournament, it's not a race. Parang sariling sikap itong karera na to, no? So di ba, you stop wherever you want to stop, you know, you take your own drink, you go at your own pace. So it's really a lot of self-discipline to go through it. And then, of course, it's also proof that above 30, you can still be fit. And then it's also a work-life balance. So I'm very proud of our colleagues, and I'm sure our other colleagues are also proud of him. So congratulations to our colleague, Senator JV, for accomplishing the 200 kilometers ODAX over the weekend.
Yes, congratulations, Senator J.V. Ejercito. We should also congratulate his inspirational manager, Senator Jingo Estrada. He was your inspirational manager to inspire you to bike 200 kilometers. Congratulations, Senator J.V.
We also would like to place on record our sincerest congratulations to our dear colleague, our seatmate, Senator Ejercito. Mr. President, we'd also like to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. Guests of Senator Ontiveros from the labor sector, Attorney Jason Suarez of Transco, Christopher Bautista of PCSO, Oscar Alvarez of PAGCOR, and other government employees present here today for in support to the convention ILO 190.
Yes, welcome to the Senate, distinguished gentlemen.
Mr. President,
and
at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 34th Session, Monday, December 4, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask the Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2502, right-sizing the national government to improve public service delivery and for other purposes, Senator Villanueva.
Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorg, and Finance.
2503, regulating and modernizing the practice of medical technology in the Philippines, repealing for the purpose RA 5527 and 6138, and PD numbers 498 and 1534, providing funds therefore and for other related purposes, Senator Go.
Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorg, Health, and Finance.
2504, increasing the salary schedule of civilian personnel in the government and for other purposes, Senator Go.
To the Committee on Civil Service, Government Reorg, and Finance.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution 873, directing the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the alleged Ayuda scam in Davao del Norte and Davao de Oro, which threatened and disturbed the peace and order of our communities, Senator De La Rosa.
Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Social Justice, and Rural Development.
874, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the preparedness of the Philippine government to detect, prevent, minimize, treat, and contain the reported global rise of respiratory illnesses and the capacity of the country's healthcare system to handle a surge or outbreak of cases. Senator Villanueva.
Committee on Health and Demography.
875, expressing the sense of the Senate strongly condemning in the highest possible terms the recent bombing in Mindanao State University of Marawi during the celebration of a Catholic Mass that resulted to the death of 4 persons and injuring 45, and urging the military and law enforcement agencies to undertake the necessary steps to bring the perpetrators to justice. Senator Ejercito.
Committee on Rules.
876, strongly condemning the senseless and heinous bombing at the Dimaporo Gymnasium of the Mindanao State University in Marawi City, and urging the Philippine National Police, Armed Forces of the Philippines, and other law enforcement authorities to undertake necessary steps in ensuring the safety of the citizens and mitigate further similar attacks, with the end view of attaining overall peace and justice for all victims. Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 174 by the Committee on Foreign Relations on proposed Senate Resolution 877. Resolution concurring in the ratification of International Labor Organization Convention Number 190, or the Convention concerning the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work, ILO C-190, recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
175, jointly by the Committees on Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development and Public Information and Mass Media, on Senate Number 2505 with Senators Padilla, Lapid, and Estrada as authors, entitled An Act Protecting the Welfare of Workers in the Movie and Television Industry, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 450, 460, and 1889, taking into consideration House Number 1270. Sponsor Senator Estrada.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader. There's an additional reference of business. We may proceed.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, okay. I just have no copy. Can I have a copy, please?
Additional reference of business. Message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 22 November 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Number 9153. An act mandating all correctional, custodial, and detention facilities to implement a contraband detection and control system, and providing penalties for possessing, introducing, or aiding and abetting the entry of contraband inside such facilities.
To the Committees on Justice and Human Rights.
House Number 9293, establishing the Philippine Atomic Energy Regulatory Authority and providing for a comprehensive legal framework for nuclear safety, security, and safeguards in the peaceful utilization of nuclear energy in the Philippines and appropriating funds therefore.
Committees on Science and Technology, Energy, Waste and Means, and Finance.
9320, establishing a reform in the regulation of collective bargaining agreement, amending for the purpose PD 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
9314, converting the Bao Community College in the Municipality of Bao, Province of Camarines Sur into a state college, appropriating funds therefore. 9315, converting the J.H. Ciriles State College, located in Mati, San Miguel, Zamboanga del Sur, into a state university, appropriating funds therefore. 9316, converting San Pedro Technological Institute, San Pedro, Laguna, as a state college and appropriating funds therefore. 9317, converting the Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology in Aracan, Cotabato, into a state university, appropriating funds therefore. 9318, converting Makilala Institute of Science and Technology, Makilala, Cotabato, into a state college, appropriating funds therefore. 9319, renaming the Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology as Nueva Ecija State University, expanding its mandate and curricular offerings, strengthening its governing board, and appropriating funds therefore. 9332, converting the Zamboanga del Sur School of Arts and Trades located in Kawit, Pagadian City, Zamboanga del Sur, into a state college, appropriating funds therefore. 9334, converting the Sulu State College in Jolo, Province of Sulu, into a state university, appropriating funds therefore.
Further Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education, Waste and Means, and Finance.
9421, declaring the Municipality of Capalonga, Province of Camarines Norte, a tourism development area.
To the Committee on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
House Number 9439, declaring the Shrine of the Battle of Cacarong de Sili in Barangay Real de Cacarong, Municipality of Pandi, Province of Bulacan, a tourism site.
Referred to the Committee on Tourism and Finance. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report Number 174 on proposed Senate Resolution Number 877. This pertains to the ratification of International Labor Organization Convention Number 190. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution Number 877 under Committee Report Number 174 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
There be no objection, motion is approved. The Secretary, please read the title of the convention.
Resolution concurring in the ratification of International Labour Organization Convention Number 190, or the Convention Concerning the Elimination of Violence and Harassment in the World of Work, ILO C-190.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Amy Marcos, Chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations, to deliver the sponsorship speech. So
Our
moved.
distinguished colleague, the Chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations, no other than Senator Amy Marcos, is recognized.
Thank you very much, mahal na Pangulo, mga kasamahan sa Senado. Nung bata po ako sa aming bayan ng Batak, Ilocos Norte, lagi akong nakikinig sa mga matatandang nagbibidahan ng mga lolo nila. Si Don Belong at si Apo Aglipay, kung bakit raw binuo yung Union Obrera Democratica. Paano napatayo ang simbahan ng Iglesia Independiente sa tapat ng bahay namin. At ang samut-saring gawain ng himagsikang Pilipino. Ang mga revolusyonaryong sina Gregorio Aglipay pala at si Isabelo de los Reyes ang tinutukoy nila. Ngunit di ko maintindihan kung bakit mula sa panunulat, lumaban pa sila sa mga praile, sa mga Amerikano, naglunsad ng kilusang manggagawa at itinatag ang Iglesyang Pilipino. Mga bagay na sa isipan ko ay di naman magkakaugnay. Ang tanging paliwanag ng mga lola ay walang maaapi kung walang nagpapaapi. Upang kailanman wala nang manggagawang Pilipinong magpapaapi, ibinibigay ko para sa inyong pasya, mga kapwa kong mambabatas, ang ratifikasyon ng ILO Convention 190. And today I submit Committee Report 174 sponsoring Senate Resolution number 877 entitled Resolution concurring in the ratification of International Labour Organization Convention number 190 or the Convention concerning the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. Violence and harassment at work is one of the most widespread and pervasive human rights violations in the world. It threatens equal opportunity, destroys human dignity, and finally, degrades the entire society in which such violence against workers persists. ILO Convention number 190 and the accompanying Recommendation 206 is the first treaty to recognize the fundamental right of everyone to a world of work free from violence, free from harassment. It provides the first internationally agreed single definition of violence and harassment at work, defining it as a range of unacceptable behaviors and practices that aim at, result in, or are likely to result in physical, psychological, sexual, or economic harm, and includes gender-based violence and harassment. Nasasaklaw sa kahulugang ito ang anumang pang-aabusong pisikal, verbal, sexual, pambubuli, pananakot, at iba pang uri ng karahasan at panghaharas. Ito na po ang iba't ibang uri ng pang-aapi na sinalarawan ni Dong Belong de los Reyes noong inilunsad niya ang kilusang manggagawa sa Pilipinas noong 1902 upang ipaglaban ang karapatan ng bawat Pilipino anumang sulok ng mundo, anuman trabaho ang ginagampanan. For the convention protects the entire world of work, covering not only places where workers perform work-related activities, whether in the immediate physical workplace or even during work-related trips or trainings or events. Employer-provided accommodation during virtual work and when commuting to and fro work. Dagdag pa, ang proteksyon ng konbensyon ay para sa lahat ng nagtatrabaho, regular man o contractual, nasa publiko man o nasa pribadong sektor. Kasama din dito ang mga intern, volunteer, mga baguhan, mga nagsasanay pa lamang at kahit ang mga aplikante sa trabaho. Binibigyan pansin din ng konbensyon ang epekto sa trabaho ng karahasan sa tahanan at kinikilala nito ang mga kababaihan ang palaging naapektuhan ng karahasan batay sa kasarian. Ang konbensyon ay makakatulong din sa ating mga OFW na kadalasan ay limitado ang kaalaman kung paano nila papanagutin ang mga nang-aapi sa kanila sa trabaho at natatakot na baka sila ay mapag-initan kapag sila ay nagsumbong. Under recommendation number 206, member states are urged to implement and monitor workplace policies which specify the rights and responsibilities of the workers and their employers, contains information on complaint and investigation procedures, and includes measures to protect complainants, victims, and witnesses against retaliation. Naniniwala naman akong buong puso ninyong tatanggapin ang aming pasya na wakasan na ang karahasan at pagliligalig sa trabaho. Ngunit bukod sa ratifikasyon ng ILO 190, mahalagang sakupin din natin ang pagpapasa ng mga kaukulang batas at karampatang budget. Let us conduct a comprehensive review of our existing labor and anti-discrimination laws, immediately addressing the glaring gaps in our regulatory framework. With your support, we can quickly enact the enabling measures necessary to extend labor law protection to new hires, job order and contract of service personnel, interns, and workers in our enormous informal economy. Let us finally uncover the invisible workers of the Philippine economy, creating for the first time a directory of informal workers in order to recognize and provide them with the self-same rights as formal workers. And at last, let us aspire for the effective and thorough enforcement of labor laws. We must expand our meager labor inspectorate system, safeguarding inspectors from suit. We must institutionalize effective grievance and redress mechanisms to put an end to violence and harassment without endangering the safety of the workers themselves. We must also revisit existing sanctions to ensure that they truly deter violations and adequately punish violators. Last but certainly not least, in this budget season, let us endeavor full compliance to these our new obligations by providing financing for the hiring of more labor inspectors, additional training for them, the creation of specialized police units, 24-hour hotlines, crisis centers, including shelters, the provision of medical care, treatment, and psychological support, among other measures. Hindi madaling gawin ang lahat ng mga ito, ngunit mauuwi sa wala ang pagsali natin sa ILO Convention 190 kung hindi natin pagsikapan ng buong puso at lubusan. Sa mga panahong ito, madalas na umaalingaw-ngaw sa aking isipan ang mga kwento ng matatanda doon sa Ilocos, na sa wakas lumiliwanag na rin sa akin kung bakit nakilahok sina Dong Belong de los Reyes at si Apo Aglipay sa iba't ibang kilusan ng ating revolusyon, waring magkatunggali at di man lamang magkaugnay, pagkat malawak at malalim ang kanilang pag-unawa sa himagsikang Pilipino, na walang tunay na kapayapaan sa ating bayan habang may nang-aapi ng manggagawa at ng kapwa. Na walang makatotohanang kalayaan hanggat hindi natin na ipagtatanggol ang bawat Pilipinong inaapi, trabahador man o mamamayan, sa sariling bansa man o sa malalayong lugar. Na walang lugar, sa lupa man o sa langit, ang karahasan at pang-aapi ng kapwa, at tungkulin ng bawat isa sa atin na ipaglaban ang ating karapatan sa pinagtatrabahuan man at sa buong lipunan. Baguhin na natin itong kinagisnang sumpa at sa ngalan at alaala ng mga revolusyonaryong nauna sa atin, ipasa na po natin ang ILO Convention 190. And thus, I now ask for the concurrence of this collegial body in ratifying ILO Convention number 190, the convention concerning the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work, so that we may take this first and crucial step towards a world of work free from violence, free from harassment. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo at mga kasamahan sa Senado, kasihan nawa tayo ng Diyos.
Maraming salamat sa ating mahal na sponsor. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, may I be recognized to
Yes, our
deliver my
distinguished
co-sponsor?
Majority Floor Leader, former Chairman
you.
of the Committee on Labor,
Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is an honor to be given the privilege to stand before you today and co-sponsor a cause close to my heart, Senate Resolution number 877 under Committee Report number 174, entitled Resolution Concurring in the Ratification of International Labor Organization Convention number 190, or the Convention Concerning the Elimination of Violence and Harassment in the World of Work, ILOC 190. We thank our dear colleague, Senator Amy Marcos, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, for acting swiftly on this very, very important piece of legislation. Ginoong Pangulo, noong nakaraang nag-hearing po kami dito, ang ating chairperson, and proud na proud akong i-report sa inyong lahat, hindi pa nararatify ito, may 10 steps ahead na po siya sa mga dapat gawin, at lalo na doon po sa mga na-evaluate natin na mga tinatawag na analysis gaps, Mr. President. Mr. President, ILO Convention 190 is significant to us for a number of reasons. But please allow this representation to give the top 3 reasons in numbers. 65,136 in Riyadh, 43,225 in Kuwait, 29,049 in Malaysia. These are the recorded labor and welfare cases from January to July last year. Each number, Mr. President, represents a Filipino migrant worker that faced maltreatment, mistreatment, contract violation, contract substitution, sexual harassment, or rape, among others. We have already emphasized these figures during the hearing last week, Mr. President, but it is worth reiterating them before this August chamber to remind ourselves the impact of ILO 190 to our overseas Filipino workers. Mr. President, globally, violence and harassment has been an endemic and persistent concern. In fact, based on the World Risk Poll 2021 by Lloyd's Register Foundation, one in 5 workers, 22% of women, 18% of men, have reported that they experience some sort or form of violence and harassment at work in their lifetime. Worse, Mr. President, still, foreign-born women experience violence and harassment in the workplace more than their native-born counterparts, which is 30.2% versus 21.5%. Mr. President, in the Philippines, 60% of our workers have experienced violence and harassment in the workplace. Of the women who were harassed, 13% were sexually harassed, 9% were psychologically and physically harassed, and 12% experienced all forms of harassment. The Philippine Business Coalition for Women Empowerment also reported that 1 in 7 women experience sexual harassment in the workplace at least once every single week. Mr. President, the nature of violence and harassment in the world of work is multifaceted. And ILOC 190 not only recognizes this reality, but also highlights the importance of prevention, protection, and redressal mechanisms. That is why we filed Senate Resolution number 456 early this year, urging the Executive Department to immediately ratify ILO C-190. Thus, we are very glad that President Bongbong Marcos acted immediately, Mr. President, and endorsed ILO C-190 for immediate concurrence of the Senate. Indeed, the Senate concurrence to the ratification of this convention shows our commitment to address the comments of the 2023 report of the ILO Committee of Experts on the application of conventions and recommendations regarding the numerous allegations of murders of trade unionists and anti-union violence in the Philippines and the lack of investigation into these incidents. Mr. President, as we express our full support to ILO C-190 today, we recognize that there is also urgent need to align our domestic laws to our commitments under this convention. Hindi ko na po iisa-isahin yung binanggit kanina ng ating chairperson, Senator Amy Marcos. Indeed, Mr. President, harmonizing our local legislation with our obligations under ILO C-190 is a step towards realizing the world we envision. A world where everyone can contribute and thrive without the fear of violence or harassment. A world where dignity reigns supreme. Let us be reminded that concurring in the ratification of this milestone treaty is not just a legal obligation, but a moral imperative to ensure that no worker faces violence or harassment while simply trying to earn a livelihood. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all. At this
Maraming
juncture,
salamat,
Mr.
Mr.
President, Senator Pia Cayetano would also like to co-sponsor the measure, and then Senator Risa Ontiveros and our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I join our colleagues in manifesting about the importance of this measure. We are urged today to ratify ILO Convention number 190, or the Convention Concerning the Elimination of Violence and Harassment in the World of Work. Mr. President, outside is a experiential exhibit that my office did in coordination with the United Nations office, various offices of the United Nations. And if you take the time to listen, because there's actually a audio where you actually listen and hear the voice of different women and what they went through, I think 2 of the 5 are women who have experienced violence in the workplace. And so this ratification truly will allow us to cover the second, and I'm not saying it's second in hierarchy, but the top 2, I would say the top 2 areas where women experience violence. One is in the home, and the other one would be in the workplace. Although this convention covers all genders, we must recognize that women are usually and predominantly the victims of violence, Mr. President. And by ratifying this treaty, we strengthen the many laws that we already have. For the record, the laws that we have passed that are already intended to protect women from violence are the Magna Carta of Women, the National Consciousness Day for the Elimination of VAUSI, the Special Protections Against Online Sexual Abuse and Exploitation of Children Law, Raising the Age of Statutory Rape, Anti-Photo and Video Voyeurism Act, the Expanded Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act, the Anti-Mail Order Spouses Act, Anti-Age Discrimination in Employment Act, and the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Law. This ratification, Mr. President, will serve as a catalyst for more changes to address this problem that still persists. And I must also add that this will also allow us to address various SDGs, of course, SDG 5, gender equality, then SDG 10, reduced inequalities, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institution, SDG 17 on partnership for the goals, and of course, sustainable cities, because we want women to be safe in their neighborhoods. So on that note, Mr. President, I hope this is ratification. Not I hope, but I know that this ratification will pave the way for stronger policies to protect women. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my dear colleague. Next,
Our
to
Deputy
be
Minority Leader,
recognized
Mr. President,
is the
Senator Risa
Deputy
Ontiveros. I move that she
Minority
be
Floor
recognized,
Leader.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Madam.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. As Chair of the Senate Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, I am delighted that the ratification process for Convention 190, or the Convention on the Elimination of Violence and Harassment in the World of Work, has commenced. This is an achievement and another milestone to celebrate. Concurring with ILO Convention 190 will propel women's empowerment enhance labor productivity, and foster peaceful industrial relations. It will also support the Philippine government's effort to implement the recommendations of the ILO High-Level Tripartite Mission to address violations of labor rights and freedom of association. Ultimately, it will help us meet our target to achieve Sustainable Development Goals 3 and 5 and others, advancing full and productive employment, decent work opportunities, improved public services, and socio-economic development, among others. Violence has no place in our society, especially in our workplaces. Karapatan ng bawat isa na maging ligtas saan man siya naroon, kasama na ang kanyang pinagtatrabahuan. Hindi dapat mamili ang isang manggagawa sa karahasan o sa pangangalam ng tiyan. As author and sponsor of relevant bills and laws that are very important parts of the successful implementation of the Convention 190, such as the Safe Spaces Act, which protects women in all spheres of our life, including the workplace, the Anti-Endo Bill for our workers, the Protektadong Online Workers, Entrepreneurs, Riders at Raketera or Power Bill, the Magna Carta of Workers in the Informal Economy or MACWI, the Magna Carta of Seafarers na malapit ng maging batas, at iba pa. I would now like to co-sponsor Committee Report number 174 for the concurrence and ratification of ILO Convention 190. Nagpapasalamat ako, agyamanak, sa aking kabaro at kapwa senador, Chair Amy Marcos, for leading this ratification and concurrence of the Senate. Napakahusay at talagang kakampi natin si Chair Amy para ito ay tuluyan ng maging ganap. Let us work together to achieve the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. Muli, ako po'y masayang-masaya kasama ng milyong-milyong mga manggagawa sa private and public sector, informal sector, healthcare workers, overseas Filipino workers, at kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. Mabuhay tayong lahat, mabuhay ang kababaihan, mabuhay ang mga manggagawa at ang buong sambayanang Pilipino. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Daghang salamat po, ma'am.
Mr. President, I move that
Congratulations.
we recognize our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Loren Legarda.
Our
So moved,
Senate
Mr.
President Pro Temp, no other than Senator Loren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the Chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, I would like to co-sponsor the measure and congratulate as well the concurrence of our esteemed colleagues. I rise before this esteemed chamber to express my support for the concurrence of the International Labor Organization, ILO Convention number 190. I advocate for the endorsement of this significant international treaty as it holds unparalleled importance in advancing the protection of workers against violence and harassment in the workplace, inclusive of gender-based discrimination. ILO 190 marks a pivotal milestone as the first international instrument to explicitly recognize the fundamental right of every individual to be free from violence and harassment in the world of work. This landmark convention extends its protective mantle to all workers, irrespective of their employment status, thereby infusing the sphere of labor with comprehensive safeguards against gender-based violence and discrimination. By stipulating the implementation of awareness-raising initiatives aimed at combating violence and harassment, C-190 endeavors to foster work environments that are founded upon the principles of dignity and respect, thus ensuring the fundamental rights and well-being of the global workforce. Furthermore, Mr. President, in parallel with the significance of ILO 190, I emphasize the complementarity and the relevance of ILO Convention 189, which this representation sponsored way back in the 15th Congress in our pursuit of labor equality and justice. 189 underscores the fundamental principle that domestic workers, akin to their counterparts in other labor sectors, are entitled to basic rights, including reasonable working hours, weekly rest periods, transparent dissemination of employment terms and conditions, and the freedom of association. This solidarity in the assertion of rights underscores our commitment to upholding the inherent dignity and well-being of all workers, irrespective of their occupational category. So let us collectively affirm our commitment to championing the rights of our workers by endorsing this landmark international treaty, thereby reinforcing our dedication to creating a world of work that is free from violence, harassment, and discrimination. In doing so, we ensure that every worker is accorded the respect, protection, and dignity they rightfully deserve. Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations once again to Senator Marcos for having sponsored this very important treaty. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Labor Chairperson Senator Jinggoy Estrada would also like to co-sponsor the measure. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized, Chairman of the Committee on Labor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to manifest my full support for the concurrence to the ratification of International Labor Organization Convention number 190, or the Convention concerning the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. As chairperson of the Committee on Labor, I laud the chairperson for swiftly acting on the ratification of ILO C-190. This convention is the first ever international treaty on violence and harassment in the world of work. It also adopts an inclusive, integrated, and gender-responsive approach, allowing the protection of workers in all sectors, in both formal and informal economies, and in urban and rural areas. It likewise covers all workers and employees, irrespective of their contractual status. The scope of protection extends to persons in training, including interns and apprentices, workers whose employment have been terminated, volunteers, job seekers, and job applicants. The ratification of ILO C-190 will reinforce the commitment of the Philippine government to promote and protect the rights of Filipino workers here and abroad. It will uphold the right of every individual to a working environment that is free from discrimination, violence, and harassment. As your chairperson of the Committee on Labor, we join in the call for the Senate concurrence to the ratification of this convention that would allow all workers' rights to safety, fairness, and dignity in the world of work. There is much to do in terms of operationalization, but this is a step in the right direction in ensuring decent work for all. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at maraming salamat po sa pinunong mayoriya. Ako po ay 100% na sumusuporta sa mga binigkas po ng ating ginagalang na Senadora Amy Marcos, sapagkat napakaganda po ng kanyang talumpati patungkol po sa mga revolusyonaryo. Ito po ay kailangan nating namnamin ang tamis nito sapagkat, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, ang mga nauna sa atin ay tunay na mga manggagawang Pilipino. Yan po ang mga kasama ni Andres Bonifacio. Sila po ay ang mga totoong manggagawa na tunay na pumukaw ng revolusyon. At ito po ay bago ninakaw ng mga politiko. Kaya napakaganda po ng paliwanag ng ating mahal na Senadora na hanggang sa ngayon, ang nagpapatuloy po ng revolusyon na yan ay yung mga manggagawa pa rin. At napakahalaga po na atin pong yakapin itong ratifikasyon nitong isinagawa ng International Labor Organization sapagkat ito po ay pagpapatuloy pa rin ng mga pinaglalaban ng mga katipunera nung araw na ipaglaban ang karapatan nila na kapantay ng kalalakihan. Iyan po ay napakasarap pong namnamin sapagkat ngayon katatapos lang po ng kaarawan ng ating revolusyonaryong ama ng revolusyon na si Andres Bonifacio. At ngayon pong December 5 ay inaalala din po natin ang mutiny ng mga Pilipinong sundalo diyan sa Intramuros. Napakasarap po pakinggan sapagkat ibig sabihin, buhay na buhay pa rin ang espiritu ng revolusyon sa ating puso at ang pagnanais natin na mabigyan ng tamang karapatan ang ating mga manggagawa. At ito po ang simula at ang susunod naman ay yung kanilang sweldo. Inshallah. Sana po ito po ang panimula at dito po sa ating bulwagan, alam ko po na tayo po ay init na rin na maitaas ang sweldo ng ating manggagawa. Pagkatapos po nating ipaglaban ng kanilang karapatan na mawala ang karahasan at pangliligalig sa mga workplaces, ito naman po sana ang isunod natin. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study further the measure, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 877 under Committee Report number 174. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute
Before we suspend, we'd just like to make an announcement. Tomorrow we'll have the executive session. It will start at 1:30 in the afternoon for those who are interested to hear about our armed services on what had happened and transpired in Marawi. Whatever information they can share with us. It will be in the conference room.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Yes, session suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There being no member who wishes to interpolate or ask any further questions, Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading proposed Senate Resolution number 877 under Committee Report number 174. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection to the motion is approved. And then we will take it up for third reading next week with a
Mr.
two-thirds
President.
required vote.
Yes, Mr. President. At this juncture, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 877 under Committee Report number 174. So move, Mr.
There being
President.
no objection to the motion is approved. May I just continue with my manifestation earlier where
Yes,
it was
please,
being
Mr. President.
interrupted by your discussion on the floor. Yeah, we will have a briefing tomorrow by the Armed Services of the Philippines. Those who are interested, please be at my office at 1:30 in the afternoon at the conference hall upstairs at the 6th floor. So those present will be the head of the PNP, head of the AFP, together with the joint services, together with NICA and NSA. Yes. Thank you, my dear colleagues. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 153. This is the Bill on Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of interpolation.
Thank you. There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to
I
ask
don't
for a
think-
minute suspension,
Session
Mr.
suspended.
President. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 153. So move, Mr.
Thank you very
President.
much. Yes, because we're not ready yet with amendments. By tomorrow, we'll be ready. Thank you very much,
I
Majority
feel,
Leader.
Mr. President, this is an
Thank you.
important piece of legislation,
Thank
Mr.
you very
President,
much.
to
It
help
will
our-
create thousands of jobs, tens of
to
thousands of
help
jobs.
our economy.
There
Thank
be
you,
no
Mr.
objection to the
President.
motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2432. This is the Bill on Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of December 4, 2023 as our working draft. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to introduce his individual amendment, Senator Francis Chis Escudero.
So
move,
just
Mr.
before I recognize Senator Villar and Senator Escudero, the amendments of Senator Tolentino, Senator Coco Pimentel has already been inputted to this
Yes.
December 4 clean copy.
Yes.
It's already in the clean copy. Okay. So this is the final, I believe these are the final amendments proposed by our distinguished colleague, Senator Chis Escudero. Please proceed, Madam Sponsor, Senator Villar, and to provide the individual amendments to Senator Chis Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body and with the permission of our distinguished chairperson, Senator Cynthia Villar, I would like to propose the following amendments. With the permission of Senator Villar, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
If I may begin, ma'am. On page 5, line 28, I believe we furnished in advance a copy to the staff of Senator Villar and Senator Villar as well. On page 5, line 28, after the word rice and a comma, insert the phrase except palay. I so move, Mr. May.
The amendment is, I decline the amendment.
Which page, which section? Your
Page
Honor?
5.
Page
Page
5.
5.
Which section, which line?
Page 5, line 28, Mr. President. May I
I
request for...
decline the amendment, but because palay is understood to be included It's the raw form of rice.
May I request for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President?
suspended for a minute.
President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2432. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee report number 170. This pertains to the report on the inquiry into the severe battery and maltreatment by employers of Ms. L.V. Vergara. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider committee report number 170.
There being no objection, motion is approved, and we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Committee Report 170, Remote Copia Inquiry into the Severe Battery and Maltreatment by Employers of Kasambahay Ms. L.V. Vergara resulting to her partial blindness and other injuries.
Thank you, Mr. President. To report and sponsor the report, Mr. President, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Senator Francis N. Tolentino. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Francis Tolentino, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, dear colleagues, your Committee on Justice and Human Rights has the honor to report in relation to the motu proprio hearings of the committee has the honor to report on the alleged battery and maltreatment of Ms. L.V. Vergara, Selvira L.V. Vergara, to advocate for the protection and empowerment of a crucial yet often overlooked segment of our society, our kasambahays, the household workers who tirelessly contribute to the fabric of our homes and communities, and to carry out the most basic menial tasks of a household, and propose the findings and recommendations thereof. It must be recalled, Mr. President, that the Philippines has become the second country to ratify the International Labor Organization ILO Convention 189 on decent work for domestic workers. The said rights in the convention include 1. Reasonable working hours. 2. Weekly rest of at least 24 consecutive hours. 3. A limit on in-kind payment. 4. Clear information on terms and conditions of employment. 5th, respect for fundamental principles and rights at work, including freedom of association and the right to collective bargaining. Further, the convention also mandates that each member shall take measures to ensure that domestic workers only enjoy effective protection against all forms of abuse, harassment, and violence. Pursuant to the said convention, Congress enacted Republic Act 10361, also known as the Batas Kasambahay or Domestic Workers Act. This law institutes policies for the protection and welfare of our domestic workers, recognizing the need to protect their rights and against abuse, harassment, violence, economic exploitation, and protect them from the performance of work that is hazardous to their physical and mental health. Yet, despite the presence of these laws, our kasambahays still face challenges that threaten their rights and well-being. It is a known fact that some kasambahays are treated poorly. Nariyan ang iba't ibang kwento ng ating mga kasambahay, ang hindi nakakaranas ng day off o bakasyon, hindi paswelduhin o bigyan ng tamang benepisyo, at pinakamalala pa ay ang iba't ibang klase ng pang-aabuso ng kanilang mga amo. Bukod po sa mga pilat galing sa mga sugat ng kanilang natamo, mas mabigat din nilang dalhin ang epekto ng mga ito sa kanilang mentalidad. May ilang pang biktima na sadyang di pinalad at binawian ng buhay dahil sa tahasang pang-aabuso ng kanilang mga amo. These nefarious practices by some employers need to be stopped. Hayagan tayong umalma sa pang-aabuso ng mga dayuhang amo sa ating mga kababayan sa ibang bansa. Ngunit mas nakakalungkot na dito mismo sa ating bayan nangyayari ang mga karahasan laban sa ating mga kasambahay na gawa din ng ating mga kababayan. Mr. President, in the course of 4 intensive public hearings conducted by your committee, participated likewise by Senator Jinggoy Estrada, the author of the existing law, we have elaborated on the details of what transpired. Nandiyan po sa sa video presentation of what the details of what transpired during Manang LB's employment with the Ruiz family. Atin pong hinimay ang bawat pangyayari kay Manang LB habang binibigyan pa rin ng sapat at pagkakataong mailahad ng kanilang partido ang kanilang bersyon. Tunay namang nakakalunos ang pinagdaanan ni Manang LB na nais lamang magtrabaho para kumita upang mabuhay ng disente. Nakita natin ang malaking kaibahan ng kanyang estado noon. Ito po sa larawan, kumpara ngayon at nang nag-umpisa magtrabaho para sa pamilya Ruiz. Ang kanyang pagkabulag at ang mga pilat sa katawan ay magsisilbing bakas ng kanyang pinagdaanan ng pamilyang kanyang pinagsilbihan. Tunay nga po itong torture, Mr. President. Kanina pong tanghali, I was privileged to be joined by Senator De La Rosa in welcoming the Subcommittee on Human Rights of the United Nations during a dialogue conducted here in the premises of the Senate, kung saan po naipakita natin sa mga miyembro ng United Nations na tumutupad naman ang ating estado sa mga pangako natin sa tratado sa United Nations. Nakita rin natin ang mga kakulangang pagpapatupad ng batas kasambahay sa kawalan ng sapat na pagmumonitor sa lagay ng ating mga kasambahay, kung kaya naman hindi agad na iligtas ng mas maaga si Manang LB. Mr. President, this is not a case of simple maltreatment and physical abuse against a kasambahay. This case showed the lack of initiative and apathy of some of our kababayans towards their fellow man. Kita na ang nakakaawang lagay ni Manang LB, ngunit pikit mata at tikom pa rin ang bibig ng mga tao sa kanyang paligid. Tunay nga po nakakalungkot, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, na kahit may nakalatag ng batas na dapat ay nagpuprotekta sa mga kasambahay, ay tuloy pa rin ang mga ganitong kaganapan at karahasan sa kamay ng ating kapwa Pilipino mismo sa ating sariling bayan. Addressing these issues is not just a matter of compassion, it is a matter of justice and equity. Our kasambahays should endure unfair treatment, abuse, or exploitation simply because of their profession. They deserve to be recognized as equal members of our society with rights that are upheld and protected by the law. To achieve this goal, we must work collectively to strengthen and enforce existing laws and regulations aimed at protecting the rights of kasambahays. We must foster a culture of empathy and understanding where the dignity of all individuals, regardless of their occupation, is upheld. Employers must be encouraged to treat their kasambahays with respect, providing fair wages and decent working conditions. Moreover, education and awareness are paramount. We must educate kasambahays about their rights and empower them to speak up against any form of abuse. Equally important, we must raise awareness among employers about the responsibilities and the importance of treating kasambahays fairly and equitably. Mr. President, with the findings established during the hearings, your committee hereby recommends the following. 1. To amend the Batas Kasambahay Law, Republic Act 10361, to reflect the following policies. A. First, to provide for specific criminal liability for abusive employers with corresponding penalties for any death or physical injuries sustained by the kasambahay resulting from or sustained in the course of his or her employment. The current version of Republic Act 10361 does not contain any specific penal provision in case of death and physical injuries of the kasambahay, clearly specifying the criminal liability and penalty of abusive employers for the death or physical injury sustained by any kasambahay will greatly caution employers from committing any kind of abuse against their helpers. Thus, it is proposed to include the following in the provision on the imposition of penal sanctions on erring employers or members of their household, to wit, any employer who shall willfully or negligently violate the provisions of the Batas Kasambahay Law shall suffer a fine of not less than 100,000 pesos but not more than 250,000 pesos without prejudice to the filing of appropriate civil or criminal action. Any employer or any relative or member of the household of the said employer who shall directly or indirectly subject a domestic worker or kasambahay to any form of abuse, physical violence, or harassment shall suffer the following. If no injury was caused or only minor injuries were caused, the penalty of imprisonment ranging from 6 months and 1 year and 1 day to 4 years and 2 months, and a fine of not less than 200,000 pesos, but not more than 500,000 pesos. 2, if by reason or on the occasion of such abuse, physical violence or harassment inflicted, the kasambahay shall have become deformed or shall have lost any body part or shall have lost the use thereof, the employer or member of the household responsible for the same shall suffer the penalty of imprisonment ranging from 4 years, 2 months, and 1 day to 8 years, and a fine of not less than 1 million pesos, but not more than 2 million pesos shall be imposed. If by reason of or on the occasion of such abuse, physical violence or harassment inflicted, the kasambahay shall become insane, imbecile, impotent, or blind, the employer or member of the household responsible for the same shall suffer the penalty of imprisonment for 8 years and 1 day to 12 years, and a fine of not less than 2 million pesos, but not more than 4 million pesos. If by reason of the occasion of said abuse, physical violence or harassment inflicted, the kasambahay died, the penalty of imprisonment of 12 years and 1 day to 20 years, and a fine not lower than 5 million pesos shall be imposed. And any national or local government official or employee who fails to take action on any reported suspected case of abuse on kasambahay shall be held administratively liable and shall suffer a fine of not less than 100,000 pesos, but not more than 200,000 pesos, in addition to the penalty of perpetual absolute disqualification from holding any elective or appointed position. Second, to make any local government official or employee whose help has been sought by an abused kasambahay but failed to take action or document the same to be criminally and administratively liable with the corresponding penalty upon finding of substantial evidence of his or her negligence and or omissions. Mr. President, the third recommendation is to establish a kasambahay registry and kasambahay help desk in every barangay hall, municipal or city hall, and in every municipal, city, or regional office of the DSWD and DOLE. The addition of a new article on the registry of kasambahays shall facilitate monitoring of kasambahays in the country. Through the registry, there will be available data on the number of status of kasambahays that can be used in the monitoring and investigation of suspected or reported cases of abused kasambahays. Fourth, to call upon the DSWD, DILG, DOLE, DOJ, CH, Commission on Human Rights, and other involved agencies of the government to strengthen their coordination through up-to-date agreements and memoranda pertaining to the monitoring of our kasambahays in order to strictly enforce and implement the Batas Kasambahay Law. Lastly, there is a need to revisit the role of the Philippine National Police, especially the PNP Women's Desk. As we now turn to the courts, Mr. President, in seeking justice for the abuses committed to Manang LB, your Committee on Justice and Human Rights fervently hopes that these recommendations and proposed changes will achieve its purpose of fortifying the current Kasambahay law and ensuring that no maltreatment and inhumane acts like this will ever be committed against our Kasambahays again. This representation has filed Senate Bills 2849 last November 15, 2023, an act amending Republic Act 10361, which contains the appropriate amendments to the current Kasambahay law. Sa pamamagitan ng panukalang batas na ito, tayo po ay umaasa na ang nangyari kay Manang LB Vergara ay hindi na mararanasan ng sino mang kasambahay, at kung ito po man ay mauulit, ang ating mga sangay ng gobyerno ay mabilis na aksyon upang matigil ito at parusahan ng mga may sala. The Senate must now show to everyone that this is not only a chamber for a selected few, but it is the Senate of the people, It is high time that we come together as a society to ensure that our kasambahays are provided with respect, protection, and fair treatment they rightfully deserve. Let me end this speech once again by thanking our colleagues and our kababayans who showed their compassion and support for Manang LB. As we celebrate Christmas in a few weeks' time, kindly continue your prayers for Manang LB's well-being so that she will overcome this painful experience. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, dear sponsor.
Mr. President, Senator Jinggoy Estrada would just like insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech.
Yes, we take note of the
Mr.
manifestation.
President, this juncture, and to allow our colleagues to study further the committee report, I move that we suspend consideration of committee report number 170. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, committee report number 175 on Senate Bill number 2505. This pertains to the Eddie Garcia bill. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2505 under committee report number 175 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Secretary, please read the title of the measure.
An act protecting the welfare of workers in the movie and television industry.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Jinggoy Estrada, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague, the chairman of the Committee on Labor and Employment, and also former movie industry stalwart, no other than Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Your Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development, joint with the Committee on Public Information and Mass Media, is honored to sponsor Senate Bill number 2505 under Committee Report number 175, entitled An Act Protecting the Welfare of Workers in the Movie and Television Industry, or simply known as the Eddie Garcia Law. This substitute measure is a consolidation of Senate Bill numbers 450, 1889, and 460 filed by Senators Padilla, Lapid, and this representation, including Senator Revilla, taking into consideration House Bill number 1270, which had already been approved on final reading earlier this year. Nakakalungkot mambanggitin, Ginoong Pangulo. Pero ang panukalang ito ay bunga ng aksidente sa television shooting na naging dahilan ng pagkamatay ng batikang aktor na si Eddie Garcia noong 2019. Despite his age, he was 90 years old at that time. The screen legend remained active in doing movies and television series. This unfortunate incident and his untimely demise, which shocked the industry, led some actors and workers to push for reforms, calling out dangerous working conditions, especially on the set, thus paving the way for this measure. Mr. President, this measure was put forward in order to ensure that workers, especially those who work behind the cameras and work tirelessly, even beyond normal working hours, are provided opportunities for gainful employment and decent incomes and are protected from abuse, extended working hours, harassment, hazardous working conditions, and economic exploitation. We have included specific provisions on social welfare benefits and insurance for work-related incidents or deaths that would provide the much-needed security and protection in an industry known for its unpredictable nature. Matagal nang sinasabi ng movie at television industry ay isang peculiar industry or isang unique industry. Tila naging normal na rin para sa mga artista at manggagawa ang magtrabaho ng mahabang oras sa puntong umaabot pa ng 36 na oras o higit pa, non-stop at palipat-lipat ng lokasyon para lamang maihabol ang petsa ng film showing o airing ng TV series. While we acknowledge that this is indeed a unique industry, stakeholders admitted during our public hearings and consultations that there have been a lot of abuses regarding prolonged work hours, which, in effect, could be detrimental to the health of the artists, producers, and workers. In fact, there had been reports that some deaths in the industry may be attributed to burnout as a result of stretched working hours. And not only that, despite working extended hours sans turnaround time, they usually do not have social safety nets, security of tenure usually accorded to regular workers, and waiting or rest areas on the set. Naranasan ko po rin yan, Ginoong Pangulo. Nung ako'y nagsisimula pa lamang bilang isang artista. Gigising ka na madaling araw para maghanda. Pupunta sa probinsya at darating sa call time na alas 6 ng umaga, pero kukunan ka ng alas 9 ng gabi. Wala po ako magagawa kasi hindi po ako katulad ni Bong Revilla, Lito Lapid at Robin Padilla na ngayon superstar. But kidding aside, this has been the unregulated practice in the industry for so long. And many have already accepted that this is the norm in the movie and TV industry. Mas kawawa po ang mga production staff, logistics crew, at iba pang nagpapagod sa likod ng camera. Mas maaga po ang call time nila at nauna sila ng ilang araw sa set dahil kailangan nila mag-impake ng bulto-bultong gamit, maglatag ng kable, magpintura, o mag-set up ng lighting. Minsan, iba-iba pa ang set location. Sila rin ang huling aalis pagkatapos ng shoot para magligpit ng gamit. The World Health Organization and the International Labor Organization warned that excessive hours, lack of rest, and life-threatening levels of fatigue are increasing deaths from heart disease and stroke worldwide. According to a joint report released in 2021, more than 745,000 people died in 2016 from heart disease and stroke related to working more than 55 hours per week, making long working hours as one of the biggest occupational health hazards. The World Health Organization and the ILO also estimates that exposure to long working hours reduces life expectancy and diminishes the quality of life. Physical and mental strain of overworked people can start from fatigue, stress, impaired sleep, and unhealthy lifestyle changes. In addition, overworking work performance and results in productivity loss due to illness or occupational injuries. Of course, for a country like the Philippines, extended working hours in this industry means bigger pay, actually higher than the prevailing minimum wage. Sino naman ang may ayaw nito? Your family can have a fairly decent life compared with regular workers. Ika nga, kayod, kalabaw at lagare hanggat kaya ng katawan. And this has become lucrative, especially for youngsters and heads of the family. They have higher take-home pay for their families. Eventually, however, Mr. President, extended working periods will take a toll on your health. Not only that, time with your family also suffers. And the sad fact is, when the worker quits, the worker will just get replaced. And this recurrent practice just continues. Stress-related illnesses or mental health issues arising from this unhealthy yet under-recognized and overlooked practice in the movie and TV industry often go unnoticed, especially for the production crew, maybe for fear of being replaced and for economic uncertainties. And in order to be consistent with the Philippine Labor Code and international labor standards on working time, this committee deemed it fit to put a premium on the protection and safety of workers in both the film and TV productions. Mr. President, how would workers be able to to keep working for their passion and the industry they love if the same industry takes advantage of them? It is high time that we regulate this long-standing practice, and we need to institute measures to impose standards and bring about change. Under this proposal, Mr. President, normal work hours shall be 8 hours a day, up to a maximum of 14 hours, exclusive of meal periods, or a total of 60 hours in a week. Workers aged 60 years old and above shall be allowed, under exceptional circumstances as defined by the Tripartite Council, to work beyond 8 hours to 14 hours a day. Workers shall also be governed by an employment contract to protect their interest, which shall include, among others, pertinent details about the job and its description, as well as the work hours and commensurate rate or any applicable benefits. Workers who have existing projects or contracts with other production outfits should also not be discriminated against unless exclusivity is specified. Mr. President, enacting this legislation would ensure that these measures that seek to protect workers in the movie and television industry would be properly implemented and upheld. We cannot allow karoshi, a Japanese term which means death by overwork, to continue in our film and TV industry. Simply, we cannot go on like this. Ginoong Pangulo, alam naman po ng ating mga kababayan na mula ako sa industriya ng pelikulang Pilipino, kagaya ng ilan nating kasamahan dito sa Senado. Napakalaki po ang aking tinatanaw na utang na loob sa industriyang pinanggalingan ko. At ang panukalang ito, ang pagbibigay-pugay ko sa pagsasakripisyo at pagsusumikap ng mga manggagawa sa ating industriya. We really owe the success of every film or TV production to these workers. This is our tribute not just to Manoy, but also to the industry's dedicated workers. Let us immortalize the legacy of Manoy Eddie Garcia through this bill. Hinihikayat ko po ang aking mga kapwa mambabatas na suportahan ang panukalang ito na hindi lamang magbibigay ng proteksyon sa kapakanan ng TV at movie industry workers, kundi pati rin bigyan sila ng respeto at dignidad. The daughter of Mr. Fernando Po Jr., the king of Philippine movies, Senator Grace Po, informed this representation that she wishes to be a co-author of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President, and to my dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague. Can I also be made a co-author of this measure with your permission, sir?
Gladly, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
And of course, all the movie actors here in the Senate, Senators Revilla, Lapid, and Padilla, are also made co-sponsors, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, our idol Cap before, now idol Agimat, no other than Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Cavite, a superstar in his own right. I've seen a number of his movies. Pati siguro itong Metro Manila Film Festival, may bago siyang pelikula. Walang iba kundi si idol ko, Cap Bong Revilla.
ikaw ang idol ko, Mr. Senate President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ginoong Pangulo. Mr. President, I rise today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2505 under Committee Report number 175 or the Eddie Garcia Law, which aims to protect the welfare of our dear colleagues in the Philippine movie and television industry. Isang karangalan po na maging kaisang tumindig para maisabatas itong panukalang naglalayong siguraduhin na nababantayan at napoprotektahan ang kapakanan at kalagayan ng ating mga kasamahan sa media at entertainment industry. Dito na po ako isinilang at nagkamuwang. I have walked and run in the same shoes worn by them. Kaya naunawaan ko ang lahat ng kanilang mga pinagdadaanan. Sila po na umaga, hapon, gabi, umaraw man o umulan, may tulog o wala, ay buong dedikasyong inaalay ang kanilang mga sarili upang magampanan ang mabuti ng kanilang mga trabaho. At kagaya po ng iba natin mga magigiting na manggagawa, nararapat lang na mabigyan sila ng kompletong proteksyon at makatarungang benepisyo na dapat lang naman na natatamasa nila batay sa ating labor laws. Mapa-artista man, stuntman, crew, cameraman, production assistant, makeup artist, tagahawak ng ilaw, o tagabuo ng set at iba pang mga staff. Ano pa mang posisyon nila, lahat po ay may malaking ambag upang makapagbigay hindi lamang kasiyahan sa mga Pilipino, kundi maghatid din ng kontribusyon sa paglago ng ating ekonomiya at pagyabong ng ating kultura. Ang mga istorya na kanilang hinahabi ang siyang lalong nagbibigay kulay sa ating mga buhay at nagpapagaan ng ating mga pinagdadaanan. Kaya suportado ko po ang layunin ng panukalang ito na tiyakin ang ligtas na makatarungang working conditions sa hanay ng industriyang ito at magkaroon ng istriktong pagpapatupad ng occupational safety and health standards. Kaya hinahangaan ko po ang ating chairman ng committee ito na headed by my best friend, Senator Jingo Estrada, sa kanyang panukalang ito. Talagang nakita naman natin ang kanyang sipag para maipasa ang Eddie Garcia Law. At syempre kasama si Senator Padilla at Senator Lapid. Dito po ang aming pinanggalingan. Malaki po ang utang na loob namin sa industriyang ito. At habang isinusulong naman natin ito, hangad ko rin pong manawagan to the organizations and agencies primarily concerned with the entertainment industry. There is a battle much bigger than this, much bigger than all of us. Hinaharap na po ito ng Estados Unidos at hindi malayong makarating din to sa ating bansa. Hindi naman po kalaban ng teknolohiya, but we have to be one step ahead, especially regarding artificial intelligence. Ito may tinatawag na AI. This is my ultimate concern. Habang po tayo nag-uusap tungkol sa mga oras ng trabaho, tagal ang setup, kung kasama ba ang travel time sa hours work, hindi ko po maiwasang isipin na hindi lamang po ito ang huli sa pinakamalaking hamong ating kinaharap o haharapin. The technology that gives us convenience also has a sharp end that could kill the industry if not managed. Ito po sana ang sunod nating tutukan sa ganap na ating budget hearings at personal po nating pinapaalalahanan ang mga ahensya ng tulad ng FDCP na usisain at aralin na ang paksang ito. Alam naman natin kung gaano katalas itong artificial intelligence na kayang gayahin sino man sa atin dito. Kaya we will assure that the welfare of our tireless men and women working in front and behind the cameras are not only valued but also protected. Same thing po para sa ating lahat. I hope my colleagues here in this August chamber will support the passage of this measure, which is not only close to my heart, but will leave a positive imprint and truly make a difference in the history of the Philippine media and entertainment industry. On this note, may I request that this representation be a co-author of this significant measure with the permission of the chairman, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me also put on record that the chairperson made a thumbs up, Mr. President, to indicate his willingness that the gentleman from Cavite would be made co-sponsor of the measure. Next to co-sponsor the measure is the gentleman from Cavite, the Honorable Senator Francis Tolentino. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
The distinguished gentleman from Cavite, also, I think, a movie producer and director of the MMF, Metro Manila Film Festival, MMF.
No, Mr. President,
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To rectify said statement, I'm not a producer. I encourage the production of local movies, Mr. President. I support the movie industry. In fact, I associate myself with the speech made by our dear colleague, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, considering that Eddie Garcia is likewise a good friend of mine. Mr. President, I join our colleagues in supporting this measure because this is crucial, Mr. President, for not just for the movie industry, but for the well-being of actors, for their personal and professional success, the quality of their work, and the overall health of the entertainment industry. Kailangan po natin ito kasi malaki po ang tulong nito sa ating kabataang Pilipino. Mr. President, the Eddie Garcia bill is important for 4 reasons. 1, performance quality. An actor's mental and physical well-being directly influences their performance. Emotional and psychological health can impact an actor's ability to convey emotions authentically and effectively. Kaya po tama lamang na merong tamang oras na sila ay magtatrabaho. Longevity and career. Maintaining well-being contributes to sustained success in the acting profession. Physical and mental health can impact an actor's energy, resilience, and ability to handle the demands of the entertainment industry. Number 3, their creativity and innovation. The well-being of an actor or actress fosters a positive mindset and creativity. Actors often need to think outside the box, and a healthy state of mind can contribute to innovative and compelling performances. Number 4, Mr. President, and this is perhaps likewise the role of government, is it will promote a good workplace culture, prioritizing the well-being of actors, contribute to a positive and supportive workplace culture. This in turn can enhance collaboration, teamwork, and the overall satisfaction of the entertainment industry. Number 5, it will enhance the public image of the movie industry. The public often looks to actors as their role models, like our colleagues here. A positive and healthy lifestyle can set an example for fans and contribute to a positive public image. And finally, Mr. President, there is this ethical and legal consideration. Ensuring the well-being of actors and actresses is also a matter of ethical and legal responsibility. Perhaps not just enshrined in the conventions that our country signed, not just enshrined in the Labor Code of the Philippines, but providing a safe and healthy working environment is a fundamental aspect of labor practices in the entertainment industry. Having said all of this, Mr. President, I support the measure filed, sponsored by the good Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, our distinguished colleague, Senator Tolentino.
Siyempre, Ginoong Pangulo, kailangan nating marinig ang isa pa sa ating action star dito sa Senado, walang iba kundi si Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, na pinapanood ko minsan sa gabi. Meron pong yung mga lumang pelikula ng Pilipino. I forget the name of that cable TV.
PBO.
PPO, napapanood ko po siya. At pati yung mga love interest niya, nandun, napapanood din po natin. Walang iba kundi si Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Sir.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayorya. Napakaganda po ng mga sesyon natin ngayong araw na to sapagkat patungkol po sa manggagawa. Inumpisahan po ni Senator Amy Marcos, sinundan po ni Senator Tolentino kay Ate Elvie. At ngayon na po, pinag-uusapan naman po natin ang patungkol naman po sa mga manggagawa sa pelikulang Pilipino. At napakahalaga po din ng mabanggit na ang una po, mga bayani natin na nagsagawa ng revolusyonaryong paggawa na katulad po nila Andres Bonifacio, Macario Sakay, Emilio Jacinto, mga artista din po ito sa entablado. At nakakatuwa pong isipin na ito pong panukala na isinusulong ng ating mahal na kapatid na Senator Jinggoy Estrada ay pagsunod po sa mga inumpisahan din ng ating pong dating Pangulo na si Joseph Estrada na patungkol naman po sa Mobile Fund na nagbigay din po ng mga magagandang benepisyo sa mga taga-pelikula. Ito po ay tuloy-tuloy na pakikibaka ng mga artista para po magkaroon ng napakagandang tinatawag po nating environment naman sa amin pong pinagtatrabahuhan. Dahil nabanggit po kanina ni Senator Jinggoy Estrada at ni Senator Bong Revilla, totoo po yun. Minsan umaabot po kami ng 36 hours diretso. Yun na po yung mga talagang matatawag po naming masama na sa kalusugan. Kaya ako po ay humihingi ng kumakatok sa puso ng atin pong mga kasamang mga senador na suportahan po itong panukala na ito, lalong-lalo na po sa mga senador na may kinalaman sa show business, katulad din po ni Senator Grace po, ni Senator Chis Escudero, ni Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Senator Raffy Tulfo, at si Ma'am Risa Hontiveros, na isa pong stage actress, si Senator Coco Pimentel, na Senator Joel Villanueva, at siyempre po si Senate President Mig Subiri. Inihingi po namin ang inyo pong suporta sa panukala na ito. Sabi nga po nila, ito daw pong itatranslate ko po sa Tagalog. Ang sabi po nila, ang pag-asa ay nakalagak sa mga panaginip, imahinasyon at lakas ng loob upang gawing realidad ang isang pangarap. Ito po ay isang pangarap ng mga, hindi lamang po ng mga artista, kundi lahat na nagtatrabaho sa telebisyon, pelikula, maging mga sabihin po natin sa entablado. Ito po ang kanilang pangarap, magkaroon po ng tamang oras ng pagtatrabaho. At ako din po ay nagpapasalamat kay Senator Tolentino dahil sa matagal na panahon na siya po ay nakasuporta sa Metro Manila Film Festival. At alam ko po, yung panahon niya, ay isinusulong din po niya magkaroon ng tamang oras ng pagtatrabaho. Kaya kasama po ang mga kapwa nating artista na nanatili ang puso sa aming pinagmulang tahanan na sina Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Bong Revilla, sa pamumuno po ni Senator Jinggoy Estrada, bilang tagapangulo po ng Senate Committee on Labor, Employment at Human Resources. Tinipon po natin ang mga bituin ng pinilakang tabing at ang mga manggagawa sa mga serye, katulad po ni kapatid na Coco Martin, at nagkaroon po kami ng mga hearing at doon po lumabas lahat sa kanilang mga puso ang pagnanais na maisulong po itong batas na to. At sana po, inshallah, maging makatotohanan po ito sa pamamagitan po ng inyong pagsuporta. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Padilla.
Mr. President, before I move that we suspend the consideration of this particular measure, may I just place into the record that when this representation headed the Committee on Labor last Congress, Mr. President, we actually came up with a committee report. Unfortunately, for lack of time, we were not able to pass this particular measure. We are also the principal author and sponsor of the Occupational Safety and Health Standards Law, and that is why this is very close to this representation's heart. We have had so many friends from the show business also complaining of the long and rugged hours being imposed on them, Mr. President. Kaya tingin po natin importante na tumugon ang pamahalaan, lalo na ang Department of Labor and Employment, Mr. President, because this peculiar industry, Mr. President, will continue to expand, Mr. President, and that we need to make sure that the laws will be there in order to protect our workers, especially our celebrities, Mr. President. Let me just put that on record. And of course, Mr. President, we are in support of this, Mr. President. We would be so happy to add our inputs, Mr. President, and help out in ensuring that we'll be able to pass a landmark legislation that will not only honor our good friend, my good friend Eddie Garcia, but also to honor our workers, especially in the movie and television industry. With that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2505 under Committee Report number 175.
Yes, before we suspend, Senator Jingo is facing his hand.
Maybe I wish to invite the Majority Leader to be one of the co-sponsors of this bill, together with Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, because his girlfriend is also a member of the movie industry, and together maybe with Senator Chis Escudero, because his wife is a member of the movie industry.
May we know who's the girlfriend, Mr. President?
The girlfriend, I think that's privileged information, unless the gentleman would like to put on record the girlfriend of Senator Wing Gatchalian.
The gentleman from San Juan brought it up, so I wanted to find out, Mr. President. But
Maybe
But-
you can
but-
ask.
but
Maybe you can
certainly,
ask
Mr. President.
Maybe you can ask Senator Sherwin.
But certainly, Mr. President, we're more than willing to be of help in any way we can, Mr. President.
All you have to do is look at the Twitter account of Senator Gatchalian, and you will see all sorts of movies, short movies, at home, in the office with the girlfriend, and in the car. Wala ba sa car? Okay.
In the kitchen.
In the kitchen, cooking. Yes. I think he wants to be an actor, also Majority Leader.
He's been applying for quite some time, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2505 under Committee Report number 175. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, and before we suspend, let's hope that the sponsor can wrap it up tomorrow with no objection from the minority, so that mahabol po natin for third reading next week kung pwede sana. I think it's a happy bill, but we'll work overtime tomorrow. Hopefully we can approve it soon enough. So there being no objections to the motion, motion is approved.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the privileged speeches and recognize our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Lauren Legarda, to deliver her speech. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, my beloved Filipinos, I stand before you today with a profound sense of responsibility and urgency as we find ourselves in the midst of COP28, the most crucial global conference addressing climate change. Delegations from 198 member states of the United Nations are convened in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, to determine the course of our collective future. In these negotiation halls, the heads of states will either commit to or abstain from urgent climate action. COP28, or the 28th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, is where the fate of our planet and our people and our future are negotiated, the place where the rhetoric of climate action is put to the test. We in the Senate must recognize the significance of the task at hand and the responsibility it entails for us as lawmakers and policy leaders of our climate vulnerable nation. I urge us to actively monitor the COP28 negotiations, for it will shape the development agenda for the next years and decades. We cannot afford to be complacent. We must participate and ensure our voices are heard. Impending realities such as sea level rise, declines in water availability, and reduced crop yields necessitate immediate action. The latest climate science warns that we are already reaching limits to our adaptation. We must make deep and rapid cuts in greenhouse gas emissions, and nations with the capacity must commit to supporting the vulnerable. For over 2 decades, nations have engaged in discussions, yet the true battle lies in the myriad of details negotiated at the tables. Funding for vulnerable nations, technical support, and commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions are the currency of these negotiations. Considering the Philippines' minimal contribution to global greenhouse gas emissions, the issue of loss and damage becomes an undeniable matter of climate justice. We must not bear a disproportionate burden for a crisis we have contributed least to creating. I am heartened to share that amidst the complexities of COP28, on opening day, parties agreed to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund, a lifeline for vulnerable developing nations like the Philippines, grappling with the urgent need to avert, minimize, and address the profound impacts of climate change. Climate change action must go beyond the environment. It is an ecosystem of policies spanning energy, technology, social initiatives, government collaboration, public awareness, and now underpinned by finance. The initial pledges made by parties to start up the Loss and Damage Fund, amounting to more than $400 million, with additional contributions being made for financial mechanisms, is only the beginning. We must recognize the efforts of the Philippines and other parties in pushing for the operationalization of technical assistance and capacity building mechanisms, such as the Santiago Network to address climate risks in the context of averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. While we are making collective progress in COP28, back here at home, we need to work closely with each other. Government, private sector, civil society, national technical experts, with emphasis on speed and scaled up strategies that not only a whole of nation approach can achieve, because our country will continue to bear the impacts of climate change if we do not act boldly, ambitiously, and passionately now. The sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, informs us in no uncertain terms that we are lagging in terms of climate action and the investments needed to reach our global climate partners. Our stance remains clear and unwavering. Those most responsible for climate change must do more for those least responsible. As we navigate the intricacies of COP28, let us not only celebrate the victories achieved, but also remain vigilant in our pursuit of a sustainable and resilient future for our people. In this context, I commend the government's recent approval of additional climate adaptation projects through the People's Survival Fund. As our national agencies, civil society, youth, and private sector engage strongly as delegates in COP, it sends a powerful message that the Philippines is unlocking domestic climate finance to benefit vulnerable communities. The PSF has recently allocated over 541 million pesos for 6 new climate adaptation initiatives. The approved projects, climate field schools, to drainage systems and agroforestry development in the local governments of Mountain Province, Borongan City, Eastern Samar, Catanawan, Quezon, Cabagan, Isabela, and Maramag, Bukidnon, represent a commitment to sustainable and climate-resilient practices. Developed countries must heed this call. If the Philippines can unlock public domestic climate finance, developed nations must fulfill their commitments under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. In closing, I urge my fellow countrymen and women to view the challenges of climate change as opportunities for renewal and advancement. Let us use this platform to rally the global community. Let us call upon nations to honor their commitments, especially in climate finance. Our actions are not just legal obligations, but moral imperatives for humanity. Together, let us move from fragility to agility, transforming our region and societies for a sustainable and secure future. The COP talks are still ongoing, Mr. President, and the lead agency, the DNR, was the head of delegation, Secretary Loizaga, the Climate Change Commission. Our national statement was read, just less than 5 minutes of it, by the head of delegation. And as the days will go, let us see what will happen until next week when the Conference of Parties, 28th, meeting in UAE, whatever will come out of it, focusing on the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. Having said that, I simply wanted to bring it to the table amidst all the challenges facing our country and our region and the world, that the issue of climate must never be forgotten, because it is an overarching issue and something that affects the everyday man. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear colleague. But before I recognize Senator Ontiveros, we'd just like to ask the lady senator, Senator Lauren Legarda, on the issue. Don't you find it ironic, though, that, of course, we'd like to congratulate the host of COP28, United Arab Emirates, for graciously hosting the event. But I find it quite ironic that the countries who produce the most fossil fuel are the ones now concerned about climate change. I hope they can put their money where their mouth is, our friends in the Arab countries, because they are the #1 source of fossil fuels. So isn't it quite ironic, you think, Madam?
It is ironic, but at the same time, it's good so that the leaders of the fossil fuel countries are aware of it, and they are very strong in trying to encourage putting funds together for the loss and damage fund. I believe, Mr. President, that the issue of loss and damage and the acceptance of the language and that it is discussed in UAE and the operationalization and the commitment of $400 million was accepted is a victory for climate vulnerable countries. Time was when I used to stand here decades ago when the issue of loss and damage could not even reach a negotiating table in a COP. In fact, even let's say 5 years ago, even during COVID, when I would go on Zooms with other countries on climate, and the issue of loss and damage was never yet then accepted. So it is ironic, and I think it is favorable, that loss and damage fund was integrated into the discussions and accepted and operationalized. In fact, I know in the speech of the President, which he would have read, the Philippines is requesting that the headquartering of the Loss and Damage Fund be held in the Philippines, because the different funds of the COP talks, Adaptation Fund, Green Climate Fund, are hosted by different countries, and because we are beneficiaries of loss and damage, being a climate vulnerable nation, then I think it would be good if we could host that so that we could have a front seat, so to speak, on the funds that will be generated, and hopefully we can benefit as well. But you're correct that it's ironic, but there is a fossil fuel treaty where I think around 10 fossil fuel countries already have signified their commitment, and these are the fossil fuel countries. So they have realized it, and we look forward to the world, to the time in our world, I don't know if it will even happen during our lifetime, where there would be more renewable and sustainable sources than fossil fuel as the way it is now. But remember, Mr. President, on the years that you and I were born, we would never imagine harnessing energy from the wind and the sun and the water. And so, as we speak now, it is already historic. And as you say, being held in a fossil fuel country is ironic, but for me in a good way, because they've been very strong and they wanted it to be held in their country, that loss and damage fund was actually accepted by everyone. And as I repeat, time was when nobody could even mention loss and damage because the industrialized nations would not have or hear any of it. Perhaps 10 years ago, 5 years ago. So.
Yes, on the loss and damage fund, it's, if they put their, as I said earlier, money where their mouth is, like one private jet of a Gulfstream 850, which is usually what is being bought by these rich Arab states and sheiks, cost $100 million. Maybe they can forego buying brand new planes and putting it in that fund. So countries like the Philippines and the Pacific Island groups and Asians who are affected by the severe typhoons and rise in water levels, sea levels, can actually be able to at least be able to be given, or they can be, this fund can be shared to them so that they can do climate change adaptation. So, well, again, I'm not skeptical. I'm very hopeful, like you. We're both optimists. But I hope that having it in the United Arab Emirates, I hope that the Arab countries, who are the number 1 producer of oil, the most dirty and filthiest fuel known to man, next to coal, can actually put that action into actual programs and a fund that can be actually used by countries that need it the most. So
Yes.
thank you for putting this out, Your Honor, in our consciousness today. And we hope that it will be a successful COP28 meeting, and hopefully by the end of the meeting and the conference, something good will come out of it.
Thank you for your thoughts, Mr. President.
Thank you. Madam Senator Risa De Veros? Yes, Madam, our Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Damo nga salamat to the gentlewoman from Antique, my kasimanwa from Panay Island, for always reminding us here in the Senate to also always remind our kababayan about the importance of the green agenda, for never tiring of reminding us to remind our kababayan. As usual, there are so many follow-up questions that could be asked, but in the interest of time, I will ask just one, perhaps the most immediate. Also, of course, mabuhay for the launching of that loss and damage fund. I think another example of that principle of, if I remember correctly, separate and co-equal responsibilities. So yung my one follow-up question for tonight, gentlewoman, on the point you made about, in your privileged speech, about the different sectors of our society needing to work together: government, civil society, private sector. For example, I know that one of the civil society participants at the COP28, Action Klima Pilipinas, wrote and had set a meeting with the head of delegation at COP28, the DENR, in order to clarify some questions, resolve some issues, and in that way, kahit sa pag-uwi nila dito, moving forward, to be able to work better together. And I wonder, Mr. President, if the good gentlewoman from Antique has any news, if the meeting proceeded, at kung, well, she's shaking her head. I was hoping that we could find out collectively kung natuloy ba yung pulong na yun at nagbunga. If we have no news from there, from Dubai, then siguro sa pag-uwi na lang nila, pwede nating itanong.
Yes.
And I'm sure with the continued leadership of the gentlewoman from Antique, we can have some answers na magiging useful din sa atin in continuing to support the green policy for our
Thank you for
country.
that, Mr. President. And you are correct, Madam Deputy Minority Leader, that government, the leaders, cannot do it alone. It has to be a whole of nation, whole of country, if not whole of planet approach. And yes, we need this very active, dynamic NGOs like Action Klima. I've worked with them before. Now, regarding a meeting between DNR and Action Klima, I'm not privy to any such meeting, but we will find out, because the Climate Change Commission, can you even find out now if such a meeting transpired, and what are the issues that they are seeking from the DNR, if they can share it with us, and if they are not happy with the DNR's response, if ever, they can always come to me, to us, and find out, and we can have a roundtable meeting of the minds, or on whatever issue. So we're grateful that the NGOs have joined the COP delegation. I would have loved to be there, because the last COP I attended was right before pandemic, in December of 2019. It was in Madrid. Then the lockdowns happened, and I've not been to COP. On the other hand, I want to limit my carbon footprint, and we're able to monitor it online. But of course, the bilateral meetings and the events and the negotiations are not the same if it is virtual and if it was face-to-face. But we'll see. And thank you always for our shared advocacy, because in each way, from any lens you look at, the climate issue is a gender issue. It is every inch a woman's issue. Bakit po? Pag walang tubig, sino ang maghahanap ng malinis na tubig para magluto? Sino ang mag-iigib? Siyempre, minsan inuutusan yung asawa o yung kuya o yung tiyo, pero ang namomblema sa potable water para mainom ng kanyang mga anak, hindi ba usually yung nanay? At pati sa issue ng nutrisyon at sanitation, ang nanay, usually babae, ang siyang humaharap sa mga problemang yan. Alam natin na sa issue ng pagbabago ng klima, ang kababaihan ang nangsiyan na sa front line na nahihirapan din. So, the issue of gender and the committee which you chair and the issue of climate and sustainability and environment and food security or insecurity and water security or the other way around, insecurity is every inch a woman's issue. That's why it's called Mother Nature. Yes.
Actually, good gentlewoman, damo nga salamat for bringing that up, the intersectionality, as they call it, of all of these advocacies. And indeed, when we speak about nature, it's also a female or feminine image, Mother Nature.
Yes.
When we speak of our country, even sovereignty, we speak about Inang Bayan.
Inang Bayan,
Opo.
correct.
So, damo nga salamat. And padayon, I know that this will, as this is not the first, this will not be the last time na tayo bilang Senado, we speak on this essential issue and we will continue to act on it. So, damo nga salamat, mabuhay. Salamat kaayo, Mr.
Thank
President.
you. Duro gid nga salamat. It would benefit the gentlemen in the chamber as well if they listened intently. Yes, they were listening. I'm certain they were listening. Yes. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Mr. President.
It's a very important issue.
It's very, very important.
Yes,
Yes.
very important issue.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr.
Thank you.
President? Yes, Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Ligarda and all the interpellations and manifestations thereon to the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, December 6, 2020. So move, Mr. President.
Just a reminder of our executive session tomorrow at 1:30 at the conference room, the Senate President Conference Room. There being no objection to the motion of our Majority Floor Leader, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, December 6, 2023. Have a good evening, everyone.